Hello there. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome, everybody, to the 6th induction ceremony and show for the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame. My name's Adam Harris. I'm going to be stage directing tonight, so this is the only time, hopefully, I'll be seen on stage this evening. I'm worried that the HD cameras are going to catch all the cat hair on my clothes. Thank you all for being here. And I want to say a quick congratulations to all of you for being here, because you're in for a magical, one-of-a-kind evening, and I'm not exaggerating. So thank you all for being here. I want to remind you all that live events like this one, on stage and online and on West Virginia Public Television, they're not cheap and they're not easy. It takes a lot of work by a lot of people to make shows like this happen here on stage and out on the web and on television this evening. So I want to remind you all that your support of organizations like the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame and the West Virginia Public Broadcasting is very important. I'll say that again. Your support of organizations like West Virginia Music Hall of Fame and West Virginia Public Broadcasting is important. Some might even say it's critical. So we've got about a half hour's worth of pre-show that's going to happen, and then at 8 o'clock, like it or not, we're going live on television and online around the world. So there may be some time there. There may be some time for us to rest and hold for television, or we may be rushing through and getting to the TV portion of the show. So just be patient with us. This is a live TV, and anything can happen. And the show at 8 o'clock will go about 2.5 hours from that point, and there's not an intermission. There's no official break in the action, so if you have to get up and use the restroom, just do so in a manner that's least disturbing to all those around you, and hurry back so that you don't miss anything. And again, you're in for a real treat. A couple quick reminders. We ask that if you take photos tonight, just use the available lighting. No flash photography, no videotaping during the show. We do encourage you to look for the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame and West Virginia Public Broadcasting on social media. They always appreciate when you can tag us in your photos. And like all good music lovers do, you probably already silenced your cell phones, your iPhones, Blackberries, pagers, anything that might go off during the show. Let's take a moment to reassure ourselves, even if you're sure that nothing's going to go off during the show. We are taping for broadcasts, and we're going out live across the country tonight. And without any further ado, it gives me great pleasure to welcome a man whose vision, and it's now over a decade ago, is the reason that we're all here tonight, and it's the reason why so many West Virginia musicians have reconnected with their home state. I hope he charged his jacket. Let's welcome the Executive Director of the Hall of Fame, Michael Lipton.
Hi there. So this is kind of the warm-up to the three-ring circus, and so the first group we're going to bring out is called Distraction, and they're a 5-member band, and they're made up of 15 and 16-year-old girls from the Princeton area. All right. The group began as a trio at Stages School in Princeton, an art school run by Melissa McKinney. At the time, the girls were in the 4th grade, and they performed at a number of schools as part of the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame's Traveling Museum Project. And it was really, that was a great thing because our target audience was 4th grade kids, and we're bringing a group in to perform that was the same age. And there were a couple places, it was like the Beatles were there or something. It was really great. And so during the last year, the group, which is now a 5-piece group, has traveled to schools in several states with the One Voice project that focuses attention on bullying. They're also ambassadors of the Free to Love, a national anti-bullying organization, and are members of Tunes for Tots, a group that raises money for charities through concerts. So, and they're going to be doing a song called Pretty Bird, which is a song written by Hazel Dickens, who was inducted into the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame in 2007.
Such a daily good thing. Fly away, little pretty bird, but he'd only clip your wings. Love some tender song should sing. But fly away, little pretty bird. And pretty you'll always, pretty you'll always stay. Thank you. Thank you.
Distraction. And like I said, we first started working with them when they were in the 4th grade, and now they're working musicians. Hopefully it's not too late to find another avocation. But, okay, our next act, I guess, is Alan Freeman and Robert Schaefer. And if anybody knows anything about West Virginia music, they know both of these people. They're some of the most accomplished musicians in the state. Alan is one of the best dulcimer players in the country, which I assume makes him one of the most accomplished dulcimer players in the world. Robert Schaefer is a 2-time national flat-picking champion. And they've just recorded, after playing together off and on for 35 years, they've just recorded their first record. It's called Strangest Dream. And it's now out on the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame label. And it's available in the lobby. And this is our 3rd release, and we plan to keep releasing new records, but also older archival stuff too. Hit it, boys.
Well, bless your heart, Michael. First, I would like to thank Robert Schaefer for this new CD, Strangest Dream, was his idea. And thanks to Michael and the Hall of Fame for releasing it. And thank you all for being here tonight. And here's the first tune from the, well, thank you very much. You coming home with me. What do you think, Robert? Plays the music, he sings a song. Been in a jelly jar too long. Wanna get out, dance in the street, but a toe can't dance with sticky feet. He plays the music, wanna hear. See him dancing, hear him cheer. Dance all night, don't wanna stop. Take me to the toad hop. All night, don't wanna stop. Take me to the play dance all night, don't wanna stop. Take me to the Toad Hop. Thank y'all very, very much.
Alan Freeman and Robert Schaefer. I think they've been playing together for off and on for 35 years, and I've known Alan, well, both of them since the 70s or something like that. So our next performer is Christian Lopez. He's a native of Martinsburg, West Virginia, but a long time before that, I knew his dad, Jamie, who was raised in Calhoun County. I was living there at the time. And yeah, West Virginia is a small state. And I think we played Christian's aunt's wedding at the Spencer Armory, and it was catered by Blimpie. They didn't have tutors up there, so they had to get Blimpie. So Christian started writing songs when he was in his teens and was touring before he was old enough to drive. He's very hot on the Americana scene right now, and for good reason. The song he's about to play is being used as an ad campaign by the West Virginia Division of Tourism. He'll be playing Mountain Stage tomorrow on this very stage, and his current release is titled Onward. We're excited to have him as a part of tonight's show because he's certainly one of the people we look to for the future.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you guys so much. You took my photo this morning, pushed off my hair in a way, and prohibited smile, wasting a while, we're plotting my getaway. My papers I gave to the lady, every credit and debt to my name. Sign on the line, this number of mine, it is law, but 4 wheels I gain. But I wanna ride, babe, I saved it from the ranks. Well, meet me outside, I'll take you away and take you away. I stand in this line for permission with a mother and a child friend. I don't want to meet them. The gas pair with freedom is all I want to begin. Well, you told me father's gone and your mama was out for the day. I got money aside, one thought to buy, and I'll help you slip away. Well, I wanna ride, babe, I saved it from the ranks. Well, meet me outside, I'll take you away and take you away. We'll gas up the Scout and we'll make it on out. Let's see what the caffeine can do. Harvest our fears while we plan for the year. Wake up somewhere new. Well, meeting me outside, I'll take you away. Take you away. And take you away. Thank you very much.
So this is our first time partnering with FestivAll, and it's an event and an organization that has brought an enormous amount of vitality to Charleston. And I'd like to bring out Brittany Javins, who's the director of FestivAll, both FestivAll and FestivAll Fall.
Hi, everyone. I just want to briefly thank you on behalf of FestivAll. Thank you to Michael. Thank you to the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame. To all of you who support this or who are a part of it, congratulations to the inductees. We have one more day of events tomorrow for FestivAll Fall, so check that out and enjoy your evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany, and thanks for, it's been a great partnership, and we hope to continue it. So I want to thank you all for coming out to this year's induction ceremony. This is our 6th event and marks the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame's 10th year as an organization. We're proud again to be partnering with West Virginia Public Broadcasting to present this ceremony, not only to those who are here tonight, but to tens of thousands of viewers throughout West Virginia and into neighboring states. Thanks to Scott Finn, Executive Director of West Virginia Public Broadcasting, who took the lead in making this happen, and to Director Pat Sargent and his crew for bringing it all together. We'd also like to thank our major sponsors, the Charleston CVB, the West Virginia Lottery, the West Virginia Department of Education, and the City of Charleston. So these ceremonies require an incredible amount of work, ranging from the research and production that go into creating the inductee vignettes to logistics like hotel, travel, and catering. Our small but mighty Hall of Fame staff put in months of hard work, months and months. And I'd like to thank Claire Finley, Sherry Hobbs, Gavin and Teresa Wisson, and Nancy Adams for their attention to every detail. In addition, the tech crew deserves a special round of applause, thanks in particular to Richie Collins. And 2.5 hours of live TV, like who does that now? Nobody. None of the Hall of Fame's projects would have come to fruition without the dedication and support of our board. Josh Barrett, a guitarist and music fan when he's not lawyering, is our board chair. Our vice chair is John Meisner, who brings both levity and common sense to the table. And I'd like to thank all of our board members and ask them to please stand. We'd also like to welcome back one of our charter board members, Andy Reidenauer. Andy was a longtime executive producer of Mountain Stage and played a major role in our first induction ceremony in 2007. As the West Virginia Music Hall, Andy Ridenauer. As the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame wraps up its 10th year, it's natural to reflect on where you are and where you would hope to be. One of the things we hoped to achieve was to reconnect people with their home state. And I think to some degree we've succeeded. Tonight, in addition to this year's class of inductees, a number of past honorees have joined us. Charlie McCoy, Billy Ed Wheeler, Tim O'Brien, Wayne Moss, Melvin Goins, and Bill Withers. So, this year's class feels particularly special to me. John Ellison, Russ Hicks, and Bob Thompson all have close and ongoing ties to West Virginia. All three are incredibly gifted musicians, but just as important, they are also very giving of their talent. As I was writing the bios for this year's inductees, I found myself returning to the phrase life-changing moment. When Bob Thompson's friends at West Virginia State turned him on to the music of Lee Morgan and Oscar Peterson, or when as a teenager John Ellison happened to see Chuck Berry on American Bandstand, or when Russ Hicks first heard Buddy Emmons play pedal steel guitar. For every successful person, no matter what their field, there are people who offer their support, guidance, and encouragement. Okay. Whoa. Growing up in Slab Fork, Bill Withers is well aware of the importance of spanning
The West
one's
Virginia
world.
Music Hall of Fame would like to thank the Charleston Convention and Visitors Bureau, the West Virginia Lottery, the West Virginia Division of Tourism, the Central West Virginia Convention and Visitors Bureau, the City of Charleston, and the West Virginia Department of Education for their support. Welcome to the 2015 induction ceremony for the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame. Tonight's inductees are John Ellison, Ed Haley, Russ Hicks, Buddy Starcher, Bob Thompson, and Harry Van Walls. Selena Midkiff and the Appalachian Children's Chorus will receive the Spirit Award. And now, let's welcome Slab Fork native, member of the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame, and recent inductee of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, Mr. Bill Withers.
Yes, thank you for coming out. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So, before I bring out a bad dude and a sweetie pie, I would like to tease Michael Lipton, but I better not. Men have a way of saying things the opposite of what they mean because it's masks their vulnerability. And when we really admire somebody, we go, that's a bad dude. Charlie McCoy has played with Elvis Presley, Bob Dylan, or I like to say they played with Charlie, because I told you, Charlie's a bad dude. From Oak Hill, whatever instrument Charlie picked up, it was always well played. And he tells pretty good jokes, too, just don't bring your kids around. Three's Company, come and knock on my door, we've been waiting for you. I always hoped they were talking about me, but it was John Ritter got lucky in that situation. A part of the American landscape that we all treasure and remember, Miss Joyce DeWitt. So we'd like to bring out in tandem, wonder if they're going to be holding hands, Charlie McCoy and Joyce DeWitt.
Well then, There is the opportunity, maybe once in a lifetime, to stand on the stage with that gentleman and this gentleman. So, Mr. Bill Withers, Mary, thank you so very much. And then I am standing next to another legend in his own time, one of the dearest and sweetest human beings I've ever had the pleasure of knowing, also one of the most talented men of the musical world we could ever experience. So I'm honored to stand here with Charlie McCoy tonight.
Well, the honor is all mine.
Thank you.
It really is. And we're going to have a great show tonight and spotlight some of the amazing talent that West Virginia has to offer.
Yes. We are here to welcome you to the 6th induction ceremony for the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame. We're grateful that you all know how important music is to the voice of the soul. In fact, it probably is. So we thank you for joining us. And without further ado, tonight there will be 6 inductees into the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame. There will also be the honoring of one recipient of the Spirit Award. So here we go, honoring and welcoming our first inductee.
Let's do this.
All right, let's do it.
All right, I'm out there.
Oh, that's right. He has to go over here.
And here's your early morning host, Buddy Starcher.
I am gonna take a trip on a big rocket ship, and I'm gonna leave my memories behind.
Buddy Starcher was a man of many talents, a superb songwriter, guitarist, entrepreneur, author, radio entertainer, and television personality. He also had a keen eye for upcoming talent and helped many young artists get their start in show business. Born Obie Edgar Starcher on March 16, 1906 in Kentucky, Jackson County near Ripley, and raised in Nicholas County, he was given the name Buddy at an early age. His father was an accomplished old-time fiddler, and Buddy began his musical career accompanying his father at local square dances playing banjo. Buddy eventually switched over to guitar. By the 1920s, Buddy was traveling around the country, appearing on various radio stations and singing songs he had written, often based on current events. He's considered the first country artist to have appeared on the radio in the Baltimore area, singing over WBFR from 1928 to 1929. He also traveled to Iowa, Philadelphia, and Florida, with many stops in between. In West Virginia, he appeared on WCHS in Charleston, WMMN in Fairmont, and WPDX in Clarksburg. He also had transcription programs at WHIS Bluefield and WWVA Wheeling. In 1946, he recorded 14 sides for the 4-Star label, including his top 10 hit, I'll Still Write Your Name in the Sand, one of his own compositions, and still a popular song among bluegrass musicians.
And I'll still write your name in the sand.
In 1949, he recorded 10 more songs for Columbia and also recorded for the Deluxe, Starday, Boone, Heartwarming, Decca, and Bluebonnet labels throughout the 1950s and 60s. In 1974, he recorded an album for Bear Family Records in Germany. His original songs were recorded by Mac Wiseman, I'll Still Write Your Name in the Sand, Fire in My Heart, Hank Snow, A Faded Rose, A Broken Heart, the Callahan Brothers, Sweet Thing, Slim Whitman, Love Song of the Waterfall, and Doc Williams, A Faded Rose, A Broken Heart.
The love song of the waterfall.
Buddy Starcher is best remembered in the Charleston area as the genial host of the popular daily television program, The Buddy Starcher Show, which aired live every morning from 1960 until 1966 over WCHS-TV. The show consisted of wholesome, family-oriented songs and humorous skits, featuring a talented cast of musicians and singers, including Buddy's wife, Mary Ann, as well as Honey and Sonny, the Davis twins, steel guitarist Herman Yarbrough, also known in his comic alter ego as Roscoe Swirps, and singer Sleepy Jeffers, who took the show over in 1966.
living a time once upon a time was a little gal by the name of Little Riding Hood, Little Rude Riding Head, Little Hood Riding Hide, Little Red Riding Hood.
From 1961 to 1965, Buddy Starcher ran his own record company, BES, his initials, releasing singles by himself and the regulars on his show, including Mary Ann Starcher, Dorsey Ray Pudgy Parsons, and Rockabilly Hall of Famer Chester Butch Lester.
I've got a gal in Kalamazoo, she don't wear no, yes she do. She makes love like a porcupine, you get stuck every time.
Buddy wrote and produced most of the songs. In 1966, Buddy Starcher scored the biggest hit of his career, an unlikely recitation song called History Repeats Itself. The song recounts the assassinations of the United States Presidents Abraham Lincoln and John F. Kennedy, eerily pointing out the many remarkable similarities between the two tragic events.
The events depicted here happened just 100 years apart. Both President Lincoln and President Kennedy were concerned with the issue of civil rights. Lincoln was elected in 1860.
When the song reached number 2 on the country charts and number 39 on the pop charts, Buddy was 60 years old. The song was also recorded by Cab Calloway and Sarah Ophelia Colley Cannon, better known as comedian Minnie Pearl.
The names Lincoln and Kennedy each contain 7 letters. The names Andrew Johnson and Lyndon Johnson each contain 13 letters. The names John Wilkes Booth and Lee Harvey Oswald each contain 15 letters. And friends, it is true. History does repeat itself.
Buddy left West Virginia for Nashville, but within a year was back in the radio business, managing stations in Texas and elsewhere, eventually returning to Nicholas County, where he lived in Craigsville for several years. In 1993, he moved to Harrisonburg, Virginia, where he passed away in 2001 at the age of 95. Among his other accomplishments, Buddy Starcher is considered one of the first country music singers to have written an autobiography and to have 2 book-length biographies appear in print. Buddy is well remembered for his music as well as his willingness to help others. In one of his final interviews, country music superstar Keith Whitley praised Buddy Starcher for the encouragement he gave Whitley as an 8-year-old child just getting started in music.
Good morning to you. We have a wee little guest here we want to bring in. He sings a real good song. Keith Whitley.
The news is out all over town.
Buddy Starcher was that kind of man.
You've been
Hello, everybody. I can't tell you how pleased I am to have this opportunity to welcome my best friend, Buddy Starcher, into the West Virginia Hall of Fame. I've been familiar with Buddy since back in the 30s. He was on our local radio station in Harrisonburg, Virginia. He was my mom's very favorite. And later I went to college and was an announcer at the radio station, and Buddy was there live with his band, and he'd call me in and I'd do a song on his show and go back to the control room or wherever. And occasionally he'd take me out on shows with him close by where I could get back in time to do the early morning radio shows. So that's how far back our relationship went. So, and through the years we remained great friends. We worked on different shows together, and I recorded a couple of his songs. He wrote I Still Write Your Name in the Sand, which was a pretty good hit for me, and later on a ballad, Fire in My Heart. So to be associated with Buddy, I could hold you here for the next hour or two, but I wanted to be as briefly as possible and tell you what a wonderful man he was. He was really a man's man. He was raised in a little town up here in West Virginia, but he went on to become managers of radio stations as well as an entertainer. He had a hit record on History Repeats Itself, and his method with the radio stations would be in trouble or down on their ratings, and Buddy would go in as manager and bring those stations back. He did that in Miami, Florida, and Philadelphia, I remember. In Miami, he used my song Sundown as a theme instead of Star Spangled Banner. But he was just a friendship that I enjoyed so much and kept in touch with him right up to his passing. And then Mary Ann and I kept in touch after that. So you couldn't have done a better job of picking someone for the Hall of Fame than Buddy Starcher. Just sweet to be remembered.
Please welcome steel guitar legend and Beckley resident, Russ Hicks.
Hey, thanks for being here, guys. It's going to be a fun night. And it's certainly a great pleasure for me and an honor to relate my memories of Buddy Starcher. And I met him when I was a teenager, and naturally, when I was a teenager, we already had a band. But in Raleigh County, we played mostly rock and roll music. So I was loving country music, but wasn't playing a lot of it. But the Buddy Starcher show was my country music fix. And I'll never forget, well, I just used to love watching Buddy and his band, Roscoe Schwartz and Butch Lester. And it was just a pleasure to get up and watch him. And later on in the early 60s, our band in Beckley would play like an early gig from 9 to 12. And then we'd all pack up and rush over to Oak Hill and play a gig from 1 to 4 a.m. And that wasn't enough. Most of the time, not every time, but lots of times, we would pack up at 4 a.m., drive to Charleston, eat breakfast, and go to the Buddy Starcher show. And I can't remember, of all the times we did it, I can't remember ever letting him know that we're coming. You know, with him, he was such a prince that we didn't need an invitation. He would just welcome us into his show with open arms and let us play 2 or 3 songs, and naturally having to revamp his TV show just for us, but that's what he was. And he was a great inspiration for me and country music when I was a teenager. And wherever he is tonight, and I can guess, I don't have to guess, I know that he is watching, and I hope that he is picking up on the feelings that we have for him and the congratulations that we have for him of being a great man. Buddy Starcher. And make welcome Stephanie Spinks with a little more.
Oh my goodness, this brings back so many memories, and well, what a tribute. No words can express the honor it is for me to be here for my cousin Buddy Starcher. Myself, along with so many, credit him for getting us into the music business. He not only was well respected amongst fellow musicians and artists, some who even listened to him growing up on the radio. He was entertaining West Virginians long before TV and radio. A story that he used to tell was about when he was a boy back in 1915. Folks communicated by those old wall phones where you'd crank out, well, you'd give it 5 short cranks, and that meant there was an emergency, and everybody'd pick up. Well, on occasion, Buddy's dad would go over to the phone, and he'd give it 5 short cranks. Well, people pick up. They was expecting to hear some kind of tragic news, but instead they heard Buddy's dad saying, "We're going to pick and sing for y'all now." Buddy used to laugh about that a lot, and he said, and you know what? To beat all, we even took requests. If that isn't a pioneer of early broadcasting, I don't know what is. But of all of the things that Buddy was, he was a good Christian man who loved to help others. And those of us who knew and loved him, he was our buddy. So on behalf of Buddy and his dear sweet Mary Ann, I thank you for this wonderful honor. And if possible, I would like to leave it with the Hall of Fame for family, friends, and fans to come see in the future. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Thank you, Stephanie. That was really dear. Thank you. It is my pleasure at this moment to introduce to you quite a star-studded band. Not only two of the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame members, my partner in crime co-hosting tonight, that darling Charlie McCoy over there, along with Tim O'Brien, but also one of this evening's inductees, Mr. Russ Hicks. So, ladies and gentlemen, please let's hear it for the Hall of Fame Band.
Take a trip on a big rocket ship, and I'm gonna leave my memories behind. Gotta get away fast, and I'm leaving the past where there'll be no more blues on my mind. I am running away from the blues, and I have nothing else left to lose. For the blues ruined my life, lost my home and my wife, so I'm running away from the blues. I have got to get away, and I'm leaving today. There is nothing you can say will change my mind. No more women, no more blues. Gotta lose these lonesome blues, and I'm saying goodbye to ties that bind. I am running away from the blues, and I have nothing else left to lose. For the blues ruined my life, lost my home and my wife. Now I'm running away from the blues.
Welcome to the stage, Larry Gross. Tim O'Brien there in the Hall of Fame band. You know that Buddy did some recitation songs, but one of them was his biggest hit. Here's another one. My dear sirs, in reply to your request to send a check, I wish to inform you that the present condition of my bank account makes it almost impossible. My shattered financial conditions is due to federal laws, state laws, county laws, city laws, corporation laws, liquor laws, mother-in-laws, brother-in-laws, sister-in-laws, outlaws, and blue laws. Through these laws, I'm compelled to pay a business tax, amusement tax, head tax, school tax, gas tax, light tax, sales tax, liquor tax, carpet tax, income tax, food tax, furniture tax, and excise tax. Even my brains are taxed. I'm required to get a business license, car license, hunting and fishing license, truck license, not to mention a marriage license and dog license. I am also required to contribute to every society and organization which the genius of man is capable of bringing to life. To women's relief, the unemployed relief, and the gold diggers relief. Also to every hospital and charitable institution in the city, including the Black Cross, the Purple Cross, and the Double Cross. For my own safety, I am required to carry life insurance, property insurance, liability insurance, burglar insurance, accident insurance, business insurance, earthquake insurance, tornado insurance, unemployment insurance, old age, and fire insurance.
My business is so governed that it is not an easy matter for me to find out who owns it. I am inspected, suspected, disrespected, rejected, dejected, examined, re-examined, informed, required, summoned, fined, demanded, and compelled until I provide an inexhaustible supply of money for every knowing need of the human race. Simply because I refuse to donate to something or other, I am boycotted, talked about, lied about, held up, held down, and robbed until I'm almost ruined. I can tell you honestly that except for the miracle that happened, I could not enclose this check. The wolf that comes to many doors nowadays just had pups in my kitchen. I sold them, and here's your money.
All right, thanks you, Larry. We're going to do the one that I know is the best from Buddy's repertoire, and that was Mac Wiseman talking about Buddy, so well-spoken and so to the point, and Mac had a great hit on this too. I Still Write Your Name in the Sand. It's been many years since we were childhood sweethearts, blissful days that I'll never forget. And you know I still love you, little darling, though the years bring me only regret. For I love you, my darling, how I love you. If I talk, please try to understand. Makes no difference how you treat me, I love you. And I still write your name in the sand. Through the long, lonely years I have loved you. I have waited, though only in vain. Darling, but I still sing the same old refrain. For I love you, my darling, how I love you. If I talk, please try to understand. Makes no difference how you treat me, I love you. But I still write your name in the sand. Your heart is for another, and it grieves me more than I can stand. Though I've lost the only one that I care for, I will still write your name in the sand. For I love you, my darling, how I love you. If I talk, please try to understand. Makes no difference how you treat me, I love you. And I'll still write your name in the sand. Thank you so much.
The path that took Russ Hicks from playing in rock and roll garage bands to being one of the top session musicians in Nashville crisscrosses the United States, several times. But from an early age, there was little doubt that he would end up being one of the greats. Today, Hicks is known as one of the country's best pedal steel guitar players, a difficult instrument that comes with a mystique all its own. But in the time leading up to his years in Nashville, when he became one of an elite team of musicians who played on scores of hit records, he learned the old-fashioned way, playing guitar on the road with a succession of gritty rock and roll combos. Born in Beckley in 1942, Russ Hicks was part of a musical family that offered him both encouragement and support. Early on, he was inspired by the rock and roll of the day, Duane Eddy, the Beatles, and West Virginia rockabilly great Eddie Sechrist and his Rolling Rockets. Hicks started playing guitar at age 13 and formed his first band, the Teen Tones, when he was 16. Within a year, the band signed with Decca Records and issued its debut single, Yes You May, backed with Don't Call Me Baby, I'll Call You. Hicks left Beckley's Woodrow Wilson High School to go on the road. He then formed the Kenos, recording Catwalk and Keno's Boogie for Lark Records, and moved to Las Vegas, where he finished high school. In 1960, he returned to West Virginia and joined the Charleston-based group, the Versatones, which promptly relocated to Chicago. When he was 21, Hicks joined the R&B group, the Impellas, and relocated to Houston. While there, the band played clubs owned by mobster Jack Ruby, the man who shot and killed JFK assassin Lee Harvey Oswald. As a result, the Impellas and their local hit Continental Whip appear in the transcripts of the FBI's investigation. By the year's end, Hicks had returned to Beckley and reformed the Versatones, who played clubs and backed a number of local artists. He also appeared on the Buddy Starcher Show, broadcast on WCHS in Charleston. Hicks's career changed forever when, inspired by pedal steel great Buddy Emmons, he took up the instrument and quickly found his calling. In 1966, he began playing lead and steel guitar on the Slim Mims TV show in Florence, South Carolina. The following year, when Hicks learned that steel guitarist Weldon Myrick was leaving country star Connie Smith's band, he drove to Nashville, auditioned, and got the job.
I hear footsteps slowly walking.
After touring with Smith for a year, Hicks landed a gig with Ray Price and moved back to Texas. In 1969, he joined Kitty Wells' band and returned to Nashville. During sessions at the legendary Bradley's Barn, he met fellow West Virginian Charlie McCoy. McCoy, already a Nashville studio legend, would have a major impact on Hicks's career. In late 1972, Hicks joined the Nashville band Barefoot Jerry, led by fellow West Virginian Wayne Moss. Called the greatest band that no one had ever heard of, it was musically complex, socially conscious, hippie redneck music, and offered Hicks a wildly creative outlet.
Keep on funkin' up that country music, children growing in the streets and hollers by the pound.
At the same time, he had returned to the Slim Mims Show, which had moved to Orlando, Florida, as musical director, and brought along his brother Roger to play bass. He found himself commuting between Nashville and Orlando to cover both gigs. For the next 2 decades, Hicks played on a wide range of recordings, a testimony to his versatility. From Marty Robbins, Mickey Gilley, Jerry Lee Lewis, and the Charlie Daniels Band, to Wanda Jackson, Townes Van Zandt, Gatemouth Brown, indie popsters Ween, and Ronnie Milsap.
Take her photograph engraved on my heart so blue.
He also was featured on various movie soundtracks, including Clint Eastwood's Thunderbolt Lightfoot and Every Which Way But Loose.
Baby, there's no excuse to turn me every which way but loose.
In 1980, Charlie McCoy, who had been recruited to be the band leader for the TV show Hee Haw, hired Hicks as a member of the house band. It was a spectacular 13-year run with many legendary and hilarious moments. Hicks's performances now include various workshops and a yearly appearance at the world-famous Scotty's International Steel Guitar Convention in St. Louis. Hicks was inducted into the International Steel Guitar Hall of Fame in 2011. In 2014, Russ Hicks came full circle and moved back to Beckley, West Virginia.
Hi, this is Connie Smith, and I am so proud to be a member of the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame. It's a great institution, and I have the privilege today to welcome someone in that's a friend of mine. About 51 years ago, I came to town, and shortly after that, he auditioned to be in my band and play steel guitar for me. And we both were nervous that very first day that we rehearsed, I believe. But he's a great steel guitar player, and he's one of my dear friends. And off and on, we have played together throughout the years. And I always look forward to when I can be with him. And I am extremely proud to welcome Russ Hicks to the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, here's Charlie McCoy.
Thank you. Russ has so many credits that I'm going to need help to do this. So I'd like to bring out West Virginia Music Hall of Fame member Wayne Moss.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. I'm from South Charleston, so it's really good to be here, and it's a pleasure to welcome Russ into the Hall of Fame. I first met him in Oak Hill at WAY when I was doing a Sleepy Jeffers show. And Russ came in and said, "Let me see that guitar you're playing." It was a Stratocaster. He said, "I got to have one of these." So fast forward about a decade or two, we found ourselves in Nashville. And I have a band called Barefoot Jerry, you may have heard of. And I spent 8 studio hours playing 8 bars on a steel guitar, and I had to speed it up to do that. I said, enough of this, and I hired Russ Hicks. So he's the best rock and roll steel player in the world. If you'd like to hear a sample of his work, you can go to barefootjerry.com, and there's a bunch of clips on there. You can hear songs he wrote, songs he sang, songs he played the guitar on, steel on, and there's a thing at the Hall of Fame in Nashville called Dylan Cash and the Nashville Cats. And if you go in there, you will see, it'll be on until 2016, but you'll see pictures of Russ Hicks all over the place, as well as our fearless leader, Charlie McCoy, and every single member of Area Code 615. Now, to show you how ahead of his time he was, 15 years before Lord of the Rings came out, Russ wrote a song called Hero Frodo. So, and to show you that he's still hip, the Foo Fighters just cut a song we're going to render for you here in a minute. And, that means to get the fat out of. Anyway, Charlie's going to tell you some more of Russ's accomplishments. And I'm going to go play bass.
Thanks, Wayne. When Russ joined the Hee-Haw band got better. He joined the staff band for the Mickey Gilley Arthritis Telethon. That band got better. He joined the band for the Colgate Country Showdown. That band got better. He joined me on the road for 25 years, touring around. Our band got better. Every band he's ever been in got better because he was in it. He became a favorite, He became a favorite of the #1 star in France, a guy that called himself Eddie Mitchell. And they had many trips to France to play with Eddie Mitchell. He was recently inducted into the International Steel Guitar Hall of Fame. So tonight, it's my pleasure to induct him into the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame, a musician that West Virginia can be very proud of. Would you welcome Russ Hicks?
Oh, shucks. I know there's nothing an inductee can say except how proud he is to be inducted into this caliber of company, and I'm proud to be a West Virginian. That's why I'm back here, and I don't know. It's just. To me, it's a lifetime achievement, and I want to say thank you for all you being here, and thank you so much.
Congratulations. Are you all having half as much fun as I'm having? I hope. And whenever I go on location to do something, a guest spot or whatever in some sort of musical event, I always migrate towards the musicians to hang out, even if I don't know anybody there, because I always know I will be in the best of company. There is something that musicians, people involved in creating and making music and playing instruments, know in their hearts and their souls that is so admirable and delicious to be around, a kind of respect and camaraderie that goes without saying. So tonight we have an extraordinary gathering of musicians who have come to support their fellow inductees. And we're about to hear another fabulous piece of music with Wayne and Charlie playing in there. And our newest inductee will be featured. That is the adorable and darling Russ Hicks.
Certainly glad to be here myself. The next few minutes, we want to do you 2 or 3 songs that a lot of us guys played on that went to #1, most of them on the country charts. This first one is a song that I recorded with Mickey Gilley, and I talked to him yesterday, and he said, Russ, I'd love to be there, but I don't want to lose my job in Branson, Missouri. So we'll forgive him. And in his stead, I brung my brother along. Y'all make welcome Roger Hicks. This is Don't the Girls All Get Prettier at Closing Time? 1, 2, 1. Don't the girls all get prettier at closing time? That's when they all start looking like a movie stars. Don't the girls all get prettier at closing time? When the change starts to taking
angels from the back street bar. Well, I like to rate on a scale of 1 to 10. You know, a 9 will fit right in, but an 8 will fit right in too. But a few drinks later, I might slide down to a 5 or even 4. So when tomorrow morning comes, I wake up with a number 1. I swear I'll never do this anymore. Yeah, the girls all get prettier at closing time. Well, that's when they all start looking like a movie star. Don't the girls all get prettier at closing time? When the change starts taking place, you see a glow on every face of the fallen angels from the backstreet bar. Criticize the girls at all, 'cause I'm no Robert Redford, even Overhaul. We all picture in our minds a girl that looks just right. But ain't it funny and ain't it strange how a man's opinion can change when he starts to face that lonely night? Don't the girls all get at closing time? That's when they all start looking like a movie stars. Don't the girls all get prettier at closing time? That's when the change starts taking place. You see a glow on every face of the fallen angels from the backstreet bar. Yeah, the fallen angels from the backstreet bar. Yeah, that's right. Thank God.
Hey, that's my bro. That's my little bro. Here's another one that went to number 1 for Ronnie Millsap. And he didn't call me, but I just assumed that he wasn't going to be here. So I asked Mr. McCoy, who was on the same session, to sit in for Ronnie Millsap. This is a song called Any Day Now.
Hey, and I need help. Any day now, I will hear you say goodbye, my love, and you'll be on your way. Then my wild, beautiful bird, you will have flown. Any day now, I'll be all alone. Any day now, when your restless eyes see someone new, and oh, to my sad surprise, then the blue shadows will fall all over town. Any day now, love will let me down. Shouldn't want to keep you if you don't want to stay. Until you're gone forever, I'll be holding on for dear life, holding you this way. any day now. When the clock strikes go, you'll call it off. And then my tears will flow. Then the blue shadows will fall all over town. Any day now, love will let me down, 'cause you won't be around. From the amazing repertoire of Barefoot Jerry, the guys are taking on one featuring this man right here, a great song called 2 Mile Pike. Let her go, boys.
one of the world's most special piano players I ever heard and you ever hear. And that ain't just an opinion, that's a fact. And with a hellfire band to back him up, let's give a hand to Mr. Harry Van Walls.
Harry Van Piano Man Walls was born at the dawn of the Jazz Age and grew up immersed in rhythm and blues. He went on to become one of the greatest pianists in the genre, not so quietly setting the stage for rock and roll. Born Harry Eugene Van on August 24, 1918 in Middlesboro, Kentucky, he would later take the name Walls from his stepfather. His mother taught piano in schools and started him playing at age 6. The family moved to Charleston, West Virginia in 1927. From an early age, he played piano in his mother's church there, where he began playing while stand-up dancing. It was in his late teens that Walls first heard the blues of J. McShann and began sitting in at local Charleston clubs. One of his first performances was at the Gypsy Tea Room in Charleston's infamous Fry's Alley. The scene was vibrant with frequent all-night sessions that helped Walls develop his own style. Soon he had his own radio show on WCHS AM, sponsored by Charleston's Buttercrust Bread Company. His first touring gig was with Cal Greer's band in the early 1940s, playing the circuit of mining towns in southern West Virginia. When Greer's band split up, Walls moved to Columbus, where he played barrel houses and American Legion clubs as Van Walls and his blues band. It was there in 1948 that sax player and Atlantic Records scout Frank Florshow Cully convinced Walls to come to New York and sign with the newly formed Atlantic Records label. At the time, Atlantic's studio was small, with just an upright piano and an orange crate for a seat. The band backed Cully on numerous sides, including Coleslaw and the Barrel House Jam of After Hours Session that featured Walls and Cully rapping off each other.
Ooh, Mr. Van play them blues all night.
In 1951, blues shouter Big Joe Turner scored his first big hit with Chains of Love, which credited Walls and label owner Ahmet Ertegun as co-writers. Walls' melodic counterpoint to Turner's soulful vocals makes the recording magical.
Chains of love has tied my heart to you.
Walls' distinctive playing stands out on many of Atlantic's biggest hits from the early 1950s, including the Clovers' One Mint Julep, Lori Tate's Anytime, Anyplace, Anywhere, and Ruth Brown's 5, 10, 15 hours.
Just give me 5, 10, 15 hours of your love.
In 1954, he joined the Philadelphia-based Night Riders. The band was made up of seasoned pros from the R&B circuit who wanted to capitalize on the new rock and roll sound.
Cadillac, baby, mess around with me. Cadillac, baby, mess around with me. I live on pretty much.
They toured the East Coast and Canada and released a remarkable array of material, including Women in Cadillacs, Got Me a Six-Button Benny, and Pretty Plaid Skirt. Chickenbacks, the Night Riders' final release in 1963, is a great soul shaker and one of the first tracks to feature Walls on organ.
He like a ham fat, but I like them chicken back. Oh, chicken back, baby. Oh, chicken back. Yeah. Put them in a pot and let them steam. Get those backs in and get them clean, oh, baby.
In 1955, during an extended stay at Montreal's Esquire Show Club, an R&B hotspot, Walls met Ruth Palevsky. The two were married in 1963, and when the Night Riders broke up, Walls settled down in Montreal, where he formed Captain Van and the Pirates. By the 1970s, popular tastes had changed, and he was forced to tour as a duo, playing taverns and Legion halls. In 1985, Atlantic issued a box set of older material which put Walls back in the spotlight, but he had all but quit playing and dropped out of sight. Tracked down by R&B enthusiasts, he was persuaded to record again. The result was 1987's They Call Me Piano Man. In 1990, he appeared in New York with his former piano student, Mac Rebenak, a.k.a. Dr. John. A few months later, the two performed together again at the Montreal International Jazz Festival. As a result, Walls was booked at numerous jazz and blues festivals. In 1997, Walls was recognized by the Rhythm and Blues Foundation, receiving a Pioneer Award for his contributions to the genre. The same year, he released his last album, In the Evening.
Might play slow, baby, but I sure do play long.
In 1993, filmmaker Stephen Morris began filming the documentary Van Piano Man Walls, The Spirit of R&B. Before the completion of the film, Walls died of cancer in Montreal in 1999, playing piano in the cancer ward almost until the day of his death. The film premiered in Montreal in 2013. Walls' son, Winston Walls, became one of the world's greatest Hammond B3 players. Winston played in Charleston off and on for decades. He passed away in 2008. West Virginians can be proud that Harry Van Walls, along with 2007 West Virginia Music Hall of Fame inductee Johnny Johnson, were two of the premier architects of rock and roll piano.
Yeah, swinging band. I like a good rocking band. Yeah, my knees start to darken, and I love to start to rocking.
Hello, everybody. This is Dr. John and Night Tripper, and you're gonna feel Harry Van Walls' spirit through me. He had so many influences on me that it was ridiculous. That was when I first learned what he considered jazz, rhythm and blues. His version of all of that was off the hook and then some. He was the influence that drove John Lewis and obviously Milt Jackson. He was an influence on a lot of people. The whole modern jazz quartet, he was a blessing on all them guys. He'd had a mind like that was on the one. The piano playing he put on Boogie Woogie Country Girl, that was Doc's song. He did wonders with that song. And it was like the hippest boogie I ever heard. It was nothing like any other boogie woogie. And Harry had a way of doing stuff like that, and that was the true blessing. I love that cat. Hey, listen, if I could be a part of Harry Van Walls' thing, that would make me the most excitable guy, because just his spirit was great. And his feeling for people was slamming.
Please welcome founding member of NRBQ, Terry Adams.
Have you seen the Steve Morris documentary on Van Walls? Well, you got to see it, and you'll learn something about him just as I did. I came through the back door, actually, to know more about him or find out about him. I'll tell you how that happened. when I was 3 or 4 years old, my family moved to Louisville, over that way, right? And the Philco radio console that we had, something must have went wrong, because when you turn it on, it took it about 3 minutes or 5 minutes just to warm up to make the first sound. And it only picked up one station, which was WLOU, that only played rhythm and blues. So I lucked out there, and they never fixed that radio. So with my brother and my friends all older and going to school, I just sat in front of the radio and the floor and learned about music and the world and the culture and what else could happen besides what I saw in Louisville, in my surroundings. I heard Jimmy Reed, Buddy Johnson, Joe Turner, and that's all I thought about. I think I learned more in one afternoon in front of the radio than I did in a whole year in elementary school. So I started buying 45s, and I mostly bought instrumentals. It seemed that I developed some sort of X-ray hearing where I could see or hear right past the vocalist. I didn't care for that. I just wanted to hear about what was happening in the band. And so music really, to me, the things I liked, it started with the feel, and then it was the composition, the sound, and if I liked all that, I'd listen to the singer. If I liked the singer, then I'd eventually get around to the lyrics. So I saw Van Wall's name on a few of those 45s I bought, but I didn't really investigate for some reason, because it said the Van Wall's Orchestra, and at age 6 or something, the word orchestra, I thought it was some kind of lie that Atlantic Records had cooked up, and I couldn't trust that. So I did keep on listening, and eventually my band, NRBQ, well, it's really based on the rhythm and blues that it's still there. It's like the furnace that has kept the band going for 50 years. No matter what styles we play, R&B is at the center of it, I think. And two of the most important songs we played, and many times and still do, we're going to do one of them today, was by Joe Turner. And the first sound you hear on the very famous Shake, Rattle, and Roll is Van the Man's piano. And it's sort of might have been his two-finger style that, was better than what Mo could do to you with two fingers. But he just plays this sort of orchestra bell-like part on the whole record, no matter what. It's for 3.5 minutes or whatever. Just next time you hear it, next time you're near it, listen for Van's piano part. So I want to thank the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame for inviting me here to help me tie up a few loose ends that mean a lot to me, to somehow be a part of this and to, in a cosmic way, meet Van Walls. So I'm going to bring out his niece, Francine Bro, to accept the award.
Well, thank you, Terry, for that wonderful introduction. And thank you to the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame for bringing us here, my brother, Barry Paul, my uncle's manager, Lee Lucht, and myself. They've been very warm and kind and generous to us. I grew up only knowing my uncle as my Uncle Van, and we'd go there and he'd play morning, noon, and night. And anytime he'd play, everybody in the building would come down and there'd be a big spread, and it was my whole life. And I know that my uncle would be extremely humbled and honored to get this award here because his mama lived and died here, and he never lost ties. So it's really wonderful to have this award being given to him. Thank you very, very much.
Folks, here's one of America's truly great bands that draws their musical influences from all genres of music, especially including the early R&B songs that featured the phenomenal piano of Harry Van Walls. This is the new Rhythm and Blues Quartet, NRBQ.
One man Jula, give it to me.
Here's one of those Joe Turner tunes where you're talking. You got it? Yeah, Charlie.
She wears loafer shoes, dungarees, red checkered shirt, If you please, she's my boogie woogie, boogie woogie, boogie woogie country girl. Well, I mean what I mean, she's my boogie woogie country girl. She likes that music with a beat, rock and rollin'. Is her me? She's my boogie woogie, boogie woogie, boogie woogie country girl. Well, I mean what I mean, she's my boogie woogie country girl. Well, on Saturday night, she comes to town, plays the jukebox, let the hair on down. My boogie woogie, boogie woogie, boogie woogie country girl. Well, I mean what I mean, she's my boogie woogie country girl. Oh, let it roll, Charlie, come on. She picks stumped cherries, she can milk a cow. Don't like squares, cause daddy taught her how. She's my boogie, 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 woogie, boogie, boogie country girl. Well, I mean what I mean, my boogie, woogie country girl. Up every morning by 5:30, like to go fishing cause I keep her alive. She's my boogie, 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 woogie, boogie, woogie country girl. Well, I mean what I mean, my boogie, woogie country girl. Oh, Terry, come on. When she's dancing, you kids hang around. Dig my baby, cause she really goes to town. She's my boogie, woogie, boogie, woogie, boogie, woogie country girl. Well, I mean what I mean, she's my boogie, woogie country girl. Now you dig what I mean, she's my boogie, woogie country girl.
Charlie McCoy. Yeah. All right, Keith, you good thing? All right, Scott Ligon, you ready? All right.
Well, get up out of that bed, wash your face and hands. Get up out of that bed, wash your face and hands. Get on down to the kitchen, make some noise with your pots and pans. Well, you wear that dress, the sun comes shining through. Well, you wear them dresses, the sun comes shining through. Baby, then shake, rattle and roll. Then shake, rattle and roll. Come on, shake, rattle and roll. Then shake, rattle and roll. Well, you don't do nothing to save your doggone soul. Go ahead, Scott, sing it. way down underneath. Looking on the hill from way down underneath. Make me roll my eyes, you make me grit my teeth. Come on, baby, let's shake, round and roll. 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 Well, you don't do nothing to save your doggone soul. Oh, come on. Come on, baby, let's shake, round and roll. Say shake, round and roll. Say shake, round and roll. Come on. Say shake, round and roll. Well, you don't do nothing. You don't do nothing. You don't do nothing. Shake, 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 round and roll. Say shake, 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 shake. Whoa! Doggone summer.
Broadcasting. The West Virginia Music Hall of Fame would like to thank the Charleston Convention and Visitors Bureau, the West Virginia Lottery, the West Virginia Division of Tourism, the Central West Virginia Convention and Visitors Bureau, the City of Charleston, and the West Virginia Department of Education for their support. Please welcome co-founder, host, and artistic director of NPR's Mountain Stage, Larry Gross.
It's time to take a moment to note the passing of two members of the West Virginia Hall of Fame who died this year. Raised in Raleigh County, little Jimmy Dickens was the first country musician to tour the world. A huge star in a diminutive body, he was known as the king of the novelty song for hits like May the Bird of Paradise Fly Up Your Nose and Take an Old Cold Tater and Wait. He was a member of the Grand Ole Opry from 1949 until he died this year, and he performed on the Opry just 2 weeks before his death. He was inducted into the Hall of Fame's first class in 2007. Robert Drasnin was born on Charleston's East End. He began playing saxophone professionally in high school, and he went on to play in big bands led by Red Norvo, Tommy Dorsey, and Les Brown. He released his cult classic LP, Voodoo, in 1959. Robert wrote music for over 25 movies and was musical director for CBS Television, where he scored shows including Twilight Zone, Lost in Space, The Wild Wild West, Mission Impossible, and The Man from U.N.C.L.E. He was inducted into the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame in 2008. There's one other person who passed recently who we'd like to recognize this evening. Joe Dobbs was not a member of the Hall of Fame, but he contributed greatly to music in West Virginia through his fiddle playing, his St. Almonds music store, the Fret and Fiddle, and his performance interview program, Music from the Mountains, which ran on West Virginia Public Radio for 26 years. All of these folks will be sorely missed.
And now it's my great pleasure to introduce one of the finest songwriters from this state, or from any state, West Virginia Music Hall of Fame member, Billy Ed Wheeler.
As you know, our Hall of Fame was set up to honor pickers and singers and songwriters like you've seen here tonight. But there are other musicians who achieve distinction in other ways. And so we've had to create a new award called the Spirit Award. And the lady that gets that award tonight stands 4 feet 11 inches tall, just like little Jimmy Dickens. That was exactly what little Jimmy Dickens did, 4'11". But little Jimmy Dickens was a giant in his field of music, a giant. Selena Midcalf is a giant in her realm of choral music and performing. Let me tell you how I first became acquainted with her. My website manager, Teresa, called me one day and said, "Billy Ed, there's a lady from West Virginia who wants me to give her your phone number." And I don't know what it was about, but choir or something. And I said, "Well, Teresa, tell her I'm busy, because you know I am busy." And so she did. A week later, she gets another call. She called me and said, "Billy Ed, it's that West Virginia woman again. She won't take no for an answer." I said, "Well, make up something and tell her I'm busy again." She said, "Now, that is not in my job description. You're going to do that yourself." And I said, "Okay, give me the number." I called. When she heard my voice, she said, "Oh, Billy Ed, you're such a handsome man." Nobody ever called me handsome. She said, "I love your music. West Virginia loves your music. My kids in the choir, they all love your music, and they're going to sing one of your songs tonight." I had asked Teresa the first time Selena called, "Is she a pushy woman?" She said, "I would say so." Well, after hearing all of that stuff from Selena, she was laying it on mighty thick. I thought, shucks, I can dig pushy. So she invited me to come up and entertain her kids after they rehearsed. And I would make up songs, and I would sing some of my old songs that they couldn't relate to, like the Little Brown Shack Out Back. Most of them had never heard of an outhouse. And one time, Selena said, "Billy Ed, make up a song." I said, "Okay, I'll think about it. Yeah, I will." She said, "No, I mean right now." I said, "Well, all right, I'll give it a shot." I think it was this one. "I came up here from NC to sing for all you kids about the things I've dreamed about and some of the things that I done did, 'cause I'm a folk singer, a West Virginia dreamer, do-do-do-do." Well, as I got into that, Ron Soule started playing a little blues riff. And then Dr. Rollo, that handsome conductor that we've seen here so many times, he started tinkling on the piano. And so we had a thing going. Well, that was then. More importantly, I got to see Selena in action. And I'm telling you, it blew me away. I remember having drill sergeants when I was in service. And when they told you to do something, you had to do it. When Selena told these kids, she didn't say you have to do it. She inspired them so much they wanted to do it. And that impressed me. She introduced them to her world of choral music and performing. And she also let them know that there's a big world out there and that these kids could be part of it. I'm telling you, she is one of the most dynamic people I have ever met in my life. You can't watch her conduct without feeling that way. And so I'm honored, deeply honored tonight to present to her this new award, the Spirit of West Virginia. I'm going to give it to you.
Thank you so much. I'm overwhelmed to be standing on this stage and beyond humbled when I see the amazing talent that is around me, and somehow I'm standing behind this microphone. When Michael called me and told me this, I'm going, what are you talking about? But I said, oh, this is so cool, because the Appalachian Children's Chorus is 25 years old this year. And this will kind of be our kickoff thing for that. Well, honestly, I didn't get that this thing was for me until I read it in the paper. I thought it was about the children. And it is about the children, because thanks to them, I'm up here. Thanks to my Heavenly Father for have allowed me to facilitate this organization now for 25 years. Thanks for my wonderful husband, and none of us would be up here if it weren't for him. He has been behind me, he has pushed me, he has pulled me, and he has encouraged me in times when I just wanted to throw up my hands and say that's enough. Thanks. Thanks for the amazing adults that have traveled beside me. Many are in this room, some over here to my right, to help make what we do magical for these children, to have opened the world to them. We traveled to Italy last summer and sang in St. Peter's the Basilica at the Vatican. Seriously, seriously. I thank those adults, but most of all, and I know a couple are in the audience tonight, thanks to those kiddos who were faithful enough and worked hard enough, along with these kids behind me, that I didn't even notice they come in, but I know they're there because we worked at it really hard today. So thank you, kids. I, no kidding, would not be here without you. And thank all of you. And oh my gosh, thank Michael. I don't even know what to say, but thank you all. It's truly, truly amazing for me to be here. God bless you all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor at this moment to introduce a rather amazing and beautiful song written by the 2007 West Virginia Music Hall of Fame inductee, who you just saw out here, Mr. Billy Ed Wheeler. Darling man, ridiculously talented. And it will be directed by this beautiful Spirit Award recipient, Selena Midcalf. Ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure to introduce to you the Appalachian Children's Choir.
Traveling down that cold town road, listening to my rubber tires whine. Goodbye to Buckeye and White Sycamore. I'm leaving you behind. All my life, laying down tracks in the hole. Back like ironwood and by the wheel, my days as blue as the Someone said that's a strange tattoo you have on the side of your head. I said that's the mark of the number 9 cold. A little bit more and I'd be dead. But I love the dark. I love the cool of the sand. Going down this road looking for a job. It's traveling and looking at Someday when I die and go up to heaven, the land of my dreams, I won't have to worry about losing my job to bad times and big machines. I got no job and I got no pay, just got a worried soul. And a strange tattoo on the side of my head, left by the number 9 cold. I got no job and I got no pay, just got a worried soul. And a strange tattoo on the side of my head, left by the number 9 cold. Left by the number 9 cold. Left by the number 9
In the world of old-time fiddling, few names loom as large as that of Ed Haley. His inimitable tone and technique, along with an immense and varied repertoire, made him legendary during his day and practically mythical in the years that have followed. James Edward Haley was born on Harts Creek in Logan County, West Virginia in 1885 and died in Ashland, Kentucky in 1951. His father, Thomas Milton Haley, a fiddler as well, was killed when Ed was 3 or 4 years old, leaving him an orphan to be raised at Harts Creek by his Aunt Liza. An attack of the measles left Ed blind in both eyes. He received no formal education. Ed started out fiddling on a cornstalk fiddle made by a neighbor, but soon graduated to a full-size violin. Without the benefit of a teacher or his eyesight, he developed a unique way of holding and playing the instrument. Rather than holding it under his chin, he held the fiddle against his upper arm and chest, supporting it solely with his left hand. And instead of changing the angle of his fiddle bow, Ed rotated the fiddle in order to change which string he was playing. The result was a soaring, ringing sound that thrilled audiences and dancers and mystified other fiddlers. In 1914, Ed married Martha Ella, a blind piano teacher from Moorhead, Kentucky. Ella learned to accompany Ed on the mandolin, and the pair traveled widely together. From the late teens through the 1920s, they could be found playing for tips and change at county fairs and house parties, on street corners and courthouse squares, or at stock sales in West Virginia, Kentucky, Ohio, and Southwest Virginia. They reportedly made a fair living throughout the Depression and made their home in Ashland, Kentucky, where they raised 6 children. During the 1930s, Ed was a frequent competitor in the fiddling contests that were popular at the time. There, he developed friendships and mutual admiration of such well-known fiddlers as Clark Kessinger and Clayton McMichen. While Haley played on radio stations, including Charleston, West Virginia's WOBU, which would later become WCHS, and Cincinnati station WLW, there are no live recordings from that era. Noted Charleston fiddler Bobby Taylor said Kessinger, a Kanawha County native and one of the best old-time fiddlers in all of Appalachia, said Haley was the best fiddler he had ever heard and would go hear him to study and marvel at his style and technique. In 1946, Ed's son Ralph brought home a portable recording device, and over the next year recorded a vast archive of fiddle tunes. These homemade recordings stayed exclusively with the Haley family until they were brought to the attention of folklorists Guthrie Meade and Mark Wilson in 1972. More than 20 years after Ed Haley's death, 14 of these performances were released on a Rounder Records LP in 1973, and the word of Haley's fiddling began to spread.
Old Bill Line said, Mother great God, don't weep and cry. Old Bill Line said, Mother, I'm bound to die all bound. That's what Princess had.
One of the many who was drawn to these recordings was fiddler, banjo player, dancer, and songwriter John Hartford. Hartford began a quest for information about Ed Haley and his music that took him through the back roads of Logan County and beyond, a quest that Hartford pursued for the remainder of his life.
Ed played the fiddle on trays. Ed played loud on Smokehouse. Crazy George Adam Maynard store, Mouth of Hearts in the Crawley Mountain over at Dingus and Mingo.
In 1997, John Hartford produced an extensive 4-CD collection of Ed Haley's music that was released by Rounder Records, comprising 72 individual tracks. Haley's arrangement of Man of Constant Sorrow has become the accepted standard. The song, performed by John Hartford in Haley's style, was featured in the Coen Brothers' 2000 film, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Thanks to these recordings, younger fiddlers, including the Punch Brothers' Gabe Witcher, have become fans of Haley's unique playing style. 1996, the city of Ashland, Kentucky started the Ed Haley Memorial Old Time Fiddle Festival, which includes a contest that encourages young people to play and interpret his music. Through events like these, Ed Haley's spirit and music lives on.
Please welcome Wheeling native, Grammy Award winner, and a member of the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame, Tim O'Brien.
I'm a crazy, crazy fool for fiddle music. I don't know if you know that. You know, there's some of us that we're kind of like stamp collectors. We love fiddle tunes, and we want to look at every version of that same fiddle tune we can find. We want to study up on it, and we want to, and those of us that play the tunes, whatever instrument we play, but especially the fiddle, I think, we kind of go into this kind of meditative state when we play the music. You internalize the thing. It's like a mantra, and each one's a new lesson in technique, and there's a real joy in the music. And but you know, a lot of people don't understand that. My friend, my late friend John Hartford, was like that. And he also said, and it reminded me of what Terry Adams was talking about. He said he had X-ray hearing. And, you know, the old 78 records, the earliest, you want to find out about the origins of this stuff. You want to listen to the earliest records you can find. And that crackle on the 78s and that surface noise, you know, a lot of people just can't tolerate that. But the people that are into this certain kind of music, they can hear past that. And John Hartford said that these Ed Haley recordings, they were, he told the studio engineer that he was working with on making those reissue records. He said, you know, the noise goes away after a while. And my friend said, nah, it doesn't. But he wasn't a fiddler, see? He's not into that thing. He said, that's just so many notes, but he just doesn't understand. Anyway, you know, being a fiddle geek and that kind of thing, I really understand the appeal of a guy like Ed Haley. You know, he was blinded at 3 years old. He was an orphan at 6. At about 10 years old, I think he got his very first fiddle and started running around with musicians, and they were his family. And that's a very familiar story to somebody like me. I mean, the community really brought him up, I'd say. His family, of course, but music is known to save lives, you know, and a lot of people would be lost without it. And I'd say that a lot of times when the other support disappears, sometimes music can really rise up and help you out. John Hartford, again, said that banjo gets you through times of no money much better than money gets you through times of no banjo. And I think that's true with fiddle music and music in general. I just like to say Ed Haley really rocks. He rocks really hard. If they didn't use that word back in his day, they would have used it every time they heard him. By all reports, he was the top. And he was no moldy fig. He didn't languish in old traditions. He heard the new fiddlers, and he was learning stuff all the time. And you can hear on his recordings, he's finding new stuff as he plays. And it's exciting, it's joyous, and it's contagious. Lastly, I'd like to say that time kind of helps equalize things. I wanted to say it's really heartening to know that Ed was well-traveled. He and his wife traveled, a blind couple, traveled up and down the rivers on steamboats and on trains and played all over the place. They had a successful business. They raised 6 children. I play the fiddle, and I play other instruments too, and I write songs, but I've only been able to raise 2. But anyway, I was going to say that time equalizes things. It's lucky that Ed's son came back from World War II with a disc recording machine. Ed didn't want to record commercially. He thought he was, you know, at risk of kind of being cheated. And a lot of people were that way. And, you know, back in those days, I think a lot of people thought Of course, he was a fiddle contest player. That was his bread and butter, too. And you didn't want to let your stuff out. You didn't want other people to hear it because they'd copy it, and then you'd have to come up with new stuff. Of course, he was doing that anyway. But in any case, he didn't record commercially, but his son brought this disc player back and a recorder back, and they made all these tapes. So you kind of cut to about 20 years later after his death, when some of these young revival musicians were coming up and hearing this music, and they wanted to hear about this. They heard about this guy Ed Haley. Their heroes like Clark Kessinger, Clayton McMitchen, those kind of people would say, "Oh, Ed Haley was really something. It's too bad you can't hear him play. I can't see him play." And enough of these guys, these revivalists, were persistent enough that one day they stumbled on the idea that, well, they met Ed's son, and he said, "Well, you want to hear the music?" I said, "Well, yeah." I said, "Well, come on over to the house." He's had all these 78s that they had recorded for fun at the house. And as a result of that, the guy's, 25 years after he died, he has his first LP come out on Rounder Records. And 25 years after that, you have a #1 record and a kind of a country record of the year, kind of an event of a decade, really, with Oh Brother, Where Art Thou record, has a song arranged by Ed Haley. His music is #1 around the world in country music. So it's a great, great success. It's a great success story. We're all better for this kind of music, for the love of music, and for this kind of story. So, Ed Haley rocks. And it's a great honor to present the induction of Ed Haley to Ed's grandson, Steve. Please come on out, Steve. Congratulations.
Thank you. On behalf of Ed Haley, I'd like to thank you for honoring Ed's talent and his contributions to traditional old-time music, and for recognizing his influences on other musicians and other musical genres. During his lifetime, in the late 1800s and up to the mid-1900s, he traveled as a professional musician with his wife Ella and often with their children throughout a wide regional area of West Virginia, Kentucky, and southern Ohio. My father, Lawrence, and his brother Jack preserved home recordings of Ed's that were done in the 1940s of Ed's and Ella's music, along with their brother Ralph, who did the recordings at home. When my dad realized that there was a larger interest in Ed's music, he released the home recordings for public to hear. Now Ed is recognized internationally as a old-time music icon, and but more importantly, the recognition here at the West Virginia Hall of Fame is especially important to us, and thank you for that. Thank you. The Haley family would like to thank the fans of old-time music and the fans of Ed's playing particularly, and are excited to see how Ed's music influenced a new generation of young musicians and musical fans of old-time music. And finally, special thanks to all of those who were responsible for nominating, sponsoring, and selecting Ed for the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame. Thank you.
And now here to perform Three Forks of Sandy and Dunbar in honor of Blind Ed Haley. Please welcome an all-star band with special guest West Virginia fiddler Bobby Taylor.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here and to represent Ed Haley, which is one of my idols of old-time fiddling. And we're going to play Three Forks of Sandy. It's also important to note that the recordings, the fiddle that you heard on the recordings, it's here tonight. John Hartford, the little red ribbon, if you see me playing anywhere and it's got the little red ribbon, John Hartford calligraphed the name Ed Haley on the little ribbon. I try not to touch it, it's fading, so. Try a little bit of Three Forks of Sandy. Thank you very much. A little town that I grew up in called Dunbar, West Virginia. I'd like to thank that Ed Haley wrote Dunbar and named it after the little town I grew up in.
While most West Virginia musicians have chosen to leave West Virginia to further their careers, Bob Thompson has proved that West Virginia offers its own unique opportunities. Born in Jamaica, Queens, New York in 1942, Thompson has made West Virginia his home for 55 years and forged a career that has earned him a solid national reputation and made him one of the most loved and respected figures in West Virginia. Thompson has probably performed at more West Virginia events, clubs, and functions than any other artist. Thompson boarded a Greyhound bus in 1960 with a one-way ticket to Charleston, West Virginia. He'd been handpicked by the New York City chapter of the West Virginia State College Alumni Association to receive a scholarship to attend their alma mater. The trip took nearly 24 hours, and when he stepped off the bus and into the old Greyhound station on Summer Street, he wondered aloud, "What am I doing here?" While he quickly warmed up to life in the smaller, slower-paced community, he also saw and took advantage of every opportunity that came his way. In his teens, Thompson had already set on a career in music. In Queens, he'd been the bass singer for a doo-wop group named the Chanters. The quintet of grade school friends signed to Cincinnati's King Records, home to bands ranging from the Osborne Brothers to James Brown, by the label's legendary founder, Sid Nathan. A number of singles, including the minor hit No, 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 were released on the Deluxe label.
Ah. No, 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 don't kiss me anymore.
In New York, Thompson had studied mostly classical music and entered West Virginia State as a trumpet major. It's safe to say his life changed when some friends at State turned him on to the music of Lee Morgan and Oscar Peterson. While the jazz ensemble at West Virginia State already had a trumpet player, Thompson realized that the pianist would be graduating soon. So he switched to piano. Life-changing event number 2. While playing in the Collegians, the West Virginia State Band, he also started an ensemble called the Modern Jazz Interpreters. With Thompson at the helm, the group won a number of competitions. One in particular, the prestigious Notre Dame Jazz Festival in 1964, earned the group a State Department tour to Algiers. In the late 60s and early 70s, the Bob Thompson Trio performed throughout the valley, including a long-standing engagement at the Top of the Inn. Thompson also traveled with artists including Joe Williams and Bobby Bryan. In 1978, he formed the jazz rock band Joy with Kai Haynes, Jim and Louise Pearson, and Gordon Cupid. Joy performed both in and out of state and raised the bar for both jazz and rock bands in the Kanawha Valley.
Only to be felt in the wind.
His next group featured Kai Haynes on bass and Ohio University professor of percussion Guy Ramonko on drums. And for many years, that band also featured renowned bassist Dwayne Dolphin. Through the 80s, Thompson released a series of acclaimed solo albums, recording first for his own Rainbow Records and then for Capitol Records' Intima Jazz label. The releases featured guests including violinist John Blake, drummer Omar Hakim, guitarists Larry Coryell and Kevin Eubanks, and bassist Gerald Beasley. In 1991, Thompson was asked to join the house band for NPR's nationally syndicated Mountain Stage radio show. Life-changing moment number 3. With a featured song on every show, Thompson's music reached a wider, more diverse audience and afforded him the opportunity to accompany dozens of artists, ranging from Joan Baez and jazz saxophonist Courtney Pine to John Hartford and rock and roll firebrand Wanda Jackson.
If you they'd believe you and you got a tale to tell, just take a walk down Lonely Street to Heartbreak Hotel where you'll so lonely, baby. You'd be so lonely. You'd be so lonely you could die.
Also in 1991, Thompson signed with Atlanta-based Ichiban International Records, where he released 4 CDs: Love Dance, The Magic in Your Heart, Every Time I Feel the Spirit, and Lady First. For the past 22 years, he's also been co-producer and host of Joy to the World, a holiday jazz show featuring the Bob Thompson Unit and a guest singer, broadcast on public radio stations nationwide and heard internationally on the Voice of America. His current band, the Bob Thompson Unit, features drummer Tim Courts, bassist John Ingram, guitarist Ryan Kennedy, and longtime associate Doug Payne on saxophone. The band embodies what Thompson does best, melding his classic, expansive talent with the contemporary sound of some of the area's most talented younger musicians. The unit has released 4 CDs on colortones.com, a label Thompson started in 1998. Throughout his career, Thompson has served as both an educator and a mentor, inspiring many musicians to follow their dreams. He takes great satisfaction in passing along to them what he has received from so many others. Passing up many opportunities to live elsewhere, Thompson has enriched many lives and is the ultimate West Virginian by choice.
Please welcome co-founder, host, and artistic director of NPR's Mountain Stage, Larry Gross.
Thank you very much. It may be corny, but I have to start this with a paraphrase of an old commercial. Nobody doesn't like Bob Thompson. And I know that's not the reason he's being inducted into the hall tonight, but it has to be said because if there was a people's choice, it would surely be Bob. I've worked with Bob regularly on Mountain Stage for the past 25 years, and I've watched audiences cheer him, not just here in this auditorium where they know him. He's probably the best known musician in West Virginia, but also New York City and Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Boston, Boise, Bristol, Virginia, Fairbanks, Alaska, Grand Marais, Minnesota, Disney World, Glasgow, Scotland, and everywhere else that Mountain Stage has been for the past 25 years. And audiences are not the only people who are impressed with his talent. First-time guests on the show sometimes ask me, "Who is that guy?" And I love it when I can just casually answer, "Oh, it's his local piano player. He's pretty good." Fact is, Bob is our secret weapon. People expect to find great banjo players, great fiddle players, great mandolin players in West Virginia, but jazz pianists, not so much. So you might say, when people have stereotypes about West Virginia and they have low expectations, they're easy to impress. The way I like to put it is, a talking dog doesn't have to make a good speech. But when the dog gets up and gives the Gettysburg Address, that's when it gets serious. And that's what Bob does. Bob was a guest on our first pilot program at Mountain Stage in 1981. He was a guest on our first regular show in 1983. He continued to guest regularly until in 1991, we invited him to become part of the show because we had lost our keyboard player. So we invited him to come on for an interim for a year. And thank goodness he stayed for almost 26 years now. And our first executive producer, Andy Ridenauer, who's here tonight, he once asked Bob, "Why did you stay with Mountain Stage? We don't do much jazz. We don't have a lot of jazz guests, and we don't play a lot of jazz on the show." He told Andy that the show widened his musical horizons. And I watched Bob on the show as he watched the hands of people that you would expect, like Dr. John, Marcus Roberts, other great pianists who come on the show. You'd expect that. But he also watched carefully songwriters like Jimmy Webb. He watched how Joan Baez captured a room. And as you've seen up here, a man you've seen a lot tonight, he watched
and joined bluegrass and pop musician John Hartford. You may not know it, but John was a huge fan of Bob Thompson. That doesn't seem likely, but it was a fact. And whenever John came on the show, he often asked Bob to sit in with him. As a matter of fact, John was the first person to christen Bob Country Bob. And Bob is still learning. You can come sometimes on the show and you'll see him in the wings when a beautiful young woman full of talent and vitality is really getting into a song. If you try to talk to him then, he'll say, "Hey, don't bother me. Can't you see I'm working?" Bob told me, you've seen a lot of his history on the vignette, but he's told me a few other things I want to share with you. He was a runner in Manhattan to studios. He worked for a company that copied music and brought it to studios while people were making recordings. And so there he saw a lot of really big-time musicians as a young man in college. And I'm sure he learned there a lot about ability and about responsibility. And he also told me a lesson he learned once when he had this opportunity very early on to bring a recording to a big-time head of a record company. He got this opportunity, so he went and recorded some standards with some people. He thought he did a pretty good job, and he brought it in, and the man in the office, it was a reel-to-reel tape back to then, so the man ran the reel-to-reel tape a little bit, skipped around, listened, and he stopped after a while, and he thanked Bob, and he said, "Listen, why don't you come back again when you have something that I need you to do?" He learned about originality. He learned about developing his own style. And Bob's not only been a good learner, but he's also been a great teacher. You saw some there at the end of that vignette of him with some young kids. There are plenty of people right now around here and all over the U.S. playing jazz music, gospel music, pop music, country music, who learned from Bob. I'll give you a few of them. John Dedrick, Jerry Flowers, and Jeff Stevens, all of whom are in Nashville, either playing sessions or they're on the road with big stars, or the case of Jeff writing mega hits. They all learned music from Bob Thompson. Finally, I want to mention one more teacher that was not a musician, but that I knew, and I have to mention tonight. You saw a picture of her as a young woman. It's Bob's mother, Estelle. She used to come to Mountain Stage shows. She was always the best-dressed person in the audience. And looking at Bob, you may not believe it, but she was about as tall as little Jimmy Dickens. She always called me Mr. Gross. She brought wonderful cakes to us, which lasted about 2 minutes in the green room, because musicians, as you may know, they treat good food like my dog treats all food. I'm sure she wondered about some of the performers she saw on Mountain Stage, the diverse styles we have, but she treated them all with respect, and respecting her was easy. The proper response to Mrs. Thompson was usually, "Yes, ma'am." I wish you were here tonight, but I know that Bob was already in her Hall of Fame, and I'm guessing that much of the love and wisdom in his music came from her. Bob's children and grandchildren are here tonight. Bob has been an inspiration and an example to more musicians and others in West Virginia than he'll ever know or that we'll ever know. And he's profoundly contributed to the music community here. It's a great honor and a tremendous pleasure for me to induct Bob Thompson into the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame.
Thank you so much. I can't begin to tell you how much this means to me, how special this night is. And it's special for a lot of reasons. First of all, to have Larry Gross introduce me for induction into the Hall of Fame is a special treat for me, because much of what I've done over the last 25 years has been involved with Mountain Stage, and just being part of the Mountain Stage family has meant so much to me all of these years. And it's also special, as Larry mentioned, because I've got my family here all in the same place at the same time. And just having them here tonight is special. My daughter, Michelle, and her family got Mr. and Mrs. Guy Brown, and my grandson, Trace Brown, is here, and then my son and his family, Robert Thompson and Kelly Thompson, and my other grandson, Robbie. So there's another Robert coming up, but it's also special because it gives me an opportunity to stand up here and say thanks. Thanks to so many people who helped me when I was getting started. You know, making the decision to come to West Virginia, to attend West Virginia State, that was something that changed the whole course of my life. But there were so many people that were helpful to me. My band director and instructor, Dr. Leon Thompson, one night took me to the Crazy Horse Cafe, which was a little place on the west side of Charleston, because he knew I was interested in playing jazz, and he took me there, and that was night school, because it was there that I learned about the music. In the daytime, I learned the rudiments and the fundamentals, but at night, I learned how the music was supposed to feel. And it was there that I met a lot of people that took me under their wing, people like Rabbit Jones, Frank Thompson, the late, great Ann Baker, who is also a member of the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame. But they were all teachers. And I remember when they were playing a song that you thought you might be able to play, they would allow you to come up and sit in. And the piano player then would stand behind me, and if I played a wrong chord, he'd say, no, that's G minor, or no, that's C. And then he'd say, you got it, kid? All right, I've got it. And then he would go and sit down. But that was school. Ann Baker was a different kind of teacher. Ann Baker, when I was accompanying her, she would always tell me, you know, Bobby, I don't know a note of music. I couldn't tell you the first note of music. But what you're playing right now, that's not it. And I had so much respect for her because she was telling me the truth at the time, because Ann was in touch with the history of jazz. She had just come out of, and many years before that, the Lionel Hampton, Billy Eckstine, thank you, the Billy Eckstine Band. And she had been around great players, Miles Davis, Dizzy Gillespie, Charlie Parker, all of these folks. And so she went all the way back to Louis Armstrong. So it was a pipeline, you know, direct to the roots of the music. So I have to thank her and thank all of the people that were so generous with their time. And that's why I found it so important to try to continue that, because if we don't pass the music on to the next generation, then we're going to lose it. And that's why I'm so happy that one of the missions of the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame is to expose kids, young people all around the state to music, and to teach them about the great musicians that have come out of West Virginia so they can be in touch with their heritage. And I'd like to just, yes, it's a beautiful thing. And so this is really a great honor for me tonight to be included in this class of people being inducted, and with past inductees, like I see my friend Art Simmons, great jazz pianist here in the audience, a previous inductee into the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame. And just one more thing, I'd just like to express my thanks and my appreciation to all of the people that I've had the opportunity to play music with over the years, because everyone you play with somehow becomes a part of you, and we all share in the same thing. But I'd like to say a special thanks to the guys that are in my band that are here tonight, and I really want to share this with them, because Doug Payne, my longtime friend and saxophone player, is here. He came back to take part in this tonight. And Tim Courts, John Ingram, and the great Ryan Kennedy. I'm so pleased that I have the opportunity and the privilege to play with such talented musicians. But thank you to the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame, and thanks to everyone tonight. I appreciate you. Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, I earlier introduced the Appalachian Children's Chorus as children's choir. My apologies to Selena and the wonderful young vocalists who performed so beautifully for us. And also, I neglected to say, I can't believe myself, I'm not usually this much of a scatterbrain. The beautiful, hauntingly beautiful, elegantly beautiful song that Billy had written that they performed is entitled Coal Tattoo. I think it's an extraordinary title for an extraordinary song. And now I am going to reintroduce these extraordinary musicians, John Ingram, Tim Courts, Doug Payne, Ryan Kennedy, and performing for the very first time as a member of the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame. I love this man, Mr. Bob Thompson.
Thank you. Thank you. That's called The Magic in Your Heart. This next tune is from our new recording, which will be out sometime later this year. And it's the title track. It's called Look Beyond the Rain. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have one more tune for you, and this is one. Years ago, there was a great pianist that lived on the west side of Charleston. His name was Bill Johnson, and he was in the process of doing a recording with Rabbit Jones on bass and the late, great Warren Pope on drums. And unfortunately, Bill passed away before the recording was finished, so they asked me to come in and just complete it by adding a couple of tunes to the recording. And this is one that came out of that recording session, and it's one that I've continued to play all these years. It's called the Crazy Horse Blues.
John Ellison's life literally began on the banks of the Kanawha River in a house his father built out of driftwood. In the years that followed, his voice, spirit, and determination, and one song in particular, would take him to stages all over the world.
I don't need a whole lots of money. I don't need a big fine car.
Born in Montgomery in 1941, Willie John Ellison was raised in the mining community of Blue Heaven, McDowell County, after his father moved the family to the southern coal fields to find work. When those mines played out, they moved on to Landgraf. Ellison's life-changing moment came when he saw Chuck Berry perform School Days on American Bandstand.
Up in the morning and out to school.
He formed a band called Little Willie and the Rock and Rollers. The group's first appearance was at the UMWA Hall in Keystone. While attending Keystone Ekman High School, Ellison was working the overnight shift at the Carter Hotel. In the 10th grade, he made the decision to leave school in order to keep his job and support his family. Then, one day, filled with dreams and ambition, he quit his job and bought a one-way ticket to Rochester, New York, to pursue a career in music. With his belongings in a grocery bag, he arrived in Rochester with less than $5 to his name. 8 years later, after playing in a succession of bands and styling hair, he joined the Soul Brothers Six as the group's lead singer, guitarist, and songwriter. The band had a hard-hitting sound that added a rock edge to an R&B feel and gospel harmonies. Its 1965 debut single was Stop Hurting Me on Fine Records, followed by Move Girl and Don't Neglect Your Baby.
Neglect your baby.
After being introduced to Atlantic Records' Jerry Wexler by a Philadelphia DJ, the band signed a deal with the label. In 1967, Atlantic released Some Kind of Wonderful, which Ellison wrote in 20 minutes while traveling to a recording session. The song peaked at number 91 on the U.S. Billboard Hot 100 chart.
She's some kind of wonderful, yes she is. She's some kind of wonderful. Now hold it, let me tell you one more thing. Tell me, is there anybody?
None of the follow-up releases, which included You Better Check Yourself, Your Love Is Such Wonderful Love, and Thank You Baby for Loving Me, fared as well.
I wanna thank you, baby, for loving me. I wanna thank you, baby, for loving me.
And by the end of the decade, the group parted ways with Atlantic. From 1970 to 1974, his group released a number of singles for Philadelphia's Phil L.A. of Soul label as Willie John Ellison and John Ellison and the Soul Brothers Six, including Funky Funky Way of Making Love, You're My World, and Let Me Do What We Ain't Doing.
Give it to me. You gotta funky, funky, funky way of making love, and I like it.
While none charted nationally, the band continued to tour nationally. The group finally disbanded due to management issues. In the meantime, Ellison relocated to Canada in 1972 and picked up work wherever he could, including playing guitar for a band that was fronted by former heavyweight champion Joe Frazier. He also released a number of singles on the GRT label in Canada in the mid-1970s. In 1974, Grand Funk Railroad released a version of Some Kind of Wonderful that reached the number 3 spot in the nation. Soon, Ellison's song was everywhere. To date, Some Kind of Wonderful has been recorded by more than 62 different artists and has sold more than 42 million copies. Notable versions were recorded by British blue-eyed soul band Q-Tips, featuring a young lead singer named Paul Young, Buddy Guy, Huey Lewis and the News, and British soul singer Josh Stone.
Some kind of wonderful.
As a result, Ellison has received 5 Lifetime Achievement Awards for writing one of the most played songs in the world. Unlike many artists of that era, Ellison, an astute businessman, retained the rights and the publishing to all of his songs, a move which paid off for him in many ways. In 2001, he started Some Kind of Wonderful Foods, which he regularly markets on the Home Shopping Network. Of course, his pitch includes singing. As a solo artist, Ellison has released Welcome Back in 1993 and Missing You in 2000. In 2007, he issued Back, which earned him nominations for Male Vocalist of the Year and for R&B Soul Recording of the Year at the 2008 Hamilton Music Awards in Hamilton, Ontario. Ellison is a regular performer at the Nice Jazz Festival in France and also performs regularly throughout Europe, Asia, and North America. In 2008, he performed The Invocation, a gospel version of Some Kind of Wonderful, at the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame's induction ceremony. In 2012, Ellison published his autobiography, Some Kind of Wonderful, The John Ellison Story. The following year, he co-starred and composed the music for the A&E movie, The Rev. While Ellison splits his time between Toronto and Tampa, Florida, whenever he visits West Virginia, he gives something back to his home state. If he's in town doing a concert or benefit, he'll stop in and talk to the students about achieving their goals and how to reach their dreams, said April Hedinger, principal of Kimball Elementary. She goes on to say, "Our school has one of the highest levels of poverty in the state, and many of the kids are in tough situations. John is motivating, inspirational, and he's kind. It means a lot to all of us. He's a hero to them because he's done so well." One of our students, a foster child, was very shy, but after John visited a few years ago, he started singing and performing. He went on to high school, and now he sings for the entire school. Who knows? Maybe one day he will be in the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame.
My daddy worked in a coal mine. He died in 1965. He wasn't trying to get rich. He was just trying to...
Here to induct John Ellison, please welcome Grand Funk Railroad founding member Mark Farner.
Thank you. It's an honor to be soaking in the spirit of West Virginia music tonight. It has touched the world for sure. I remember a lot of times riding in the back of that limousine and we're warming up our vocals and singing Some Kind of Wonderful, and the road manager turns around and says, "What is that song you guys keep doing?" I said, "What are you talking about, man? That's a Soul Brothers 6. That's John Ellison." He says, "Well, you guys need to do it. You need to record that thing." I said, "We did," and the rest is history. It's just good music, you know, it's real good music. And I'm proud to be able to do it. And I'm proud to be here. It is my pleasure and my privilege. Will you help me welcome to the induction Brother John Ellison.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank my Heavenly Father for giving me the strength and the determination against all odds and obstacles that I encountered to continue to push forward. And I also want to personally thank my great friend, Michael Lipton, for starting this West Virginia Music Hall of Fame. I'd like to thank all of the people involved with West Virginia Music Hall of Fame for making this possible, because there's a lot of talent here in West Virginia. And I've met so many beautiful people, young people with voices, have tremendous talent, and it's not discovered. And when I say to everybody, if someone asks me where am I from, I'm proud to say that I'm a West Virginian, and I want everybody to know that. I also want to make it clear, my purpose in life, although I'm receiving this award, I also have to give thanks to my parents who worked, I mean, really worked. My father, he instilled in all of his children good values. And he said to us, he used to call us all together when we were children, there were 6 boys, and he would say, one of these days, I'm going to be dead and gone. And he said, but I want you to remember one thing. A good name is better than all the money in the world. He said, all I have to give you is my name, and I want you to take care of it, because if you take care of that name will take care of you. So my life mission has been to respect people, treat people the way I want to be treated, and look at everyone not as a color, but as a brother and a sister, because that's what we are in the eyes of God. When I first left home, I didn't leave home because I didn't like West Virginia. I left because I had a vision. And the things that I wanted to do with my life, growing up in the coal fields, there was nothing I could do here. So I had to leave. I bought a one-way ticket to Rochester, New York to start my career. And I left on faith because my parents taught me if you believe in God and you believe in yourself, that you can achieve whatever you want to achieve in life. I used to become frustrated because it seemed like everything that I started to do in terms of my career, just to give you an example, the first group, real group that I started to perform with, we were an interracial group. We're called Satan's Four. And we were great. We were really, really good. And but the obstacles that I ran into when people found out that we were a mixed group, they said to me, you guys are ahead of your time. We won't touch it. So the group became disappointed, saddened, and we broke up. Later on, I met the other group that I recorded Some Kind of Wonderful. The first thing that people said, we were ahead of our time. So the song Some Kind of Wonderful didn't receive the recognition that it should have received when my group, the Soul Brothers 6, recorded it. Simply because, as you know, in history, also it's in history that during the 60s, in my era, when I was very young, I'm now 74 years old, I don't look it, but. Yeah. All black music was played on black radio stations. So when Some Kind of Wonderful was recorded, because of the segregation in music, the same as when Elvis Presley first started singing rock and roll, nobody wanted to hear it. Well, it was the same case with Some Kind of Wonderful. When the Soul Brothers 6 recorded it, because it was from an African-American group, it was not played on white radio stations. They said our group was ahead of its time. But really, when you really look at it, by being ahead of its time, what it did for me, you know, God works in strange ways to perform miracles. Because we didn't reach the stature that I would have liked to have reached, we didn't have the opportunity to do large concerts. So we played in smaller places. And by playing in those smaller places, in 1968, we played in Columbus, Ohio, near a college. And that's where I met my wife. And from that point, after meeting this woman who is really some kind of wonderful person in my life. I have 4 beautiful children and 14 beautiful grandchildren, which is here tonight with me. So actually, it might have looked like I was ahead of my time, but God planned it so I could have the family that I have. So this award this has been a really good week. A few days ago in Fayetteville, West Virginia, I received a proclamation from the town of Fayetteville naming October 22nd, Charlie McCoy and John Ellison Day. I don't think that's too bad for somebody that came out of the coal fields. And to take it one step higher, I received a proclamation from the governor, Governor Tomlin, for my work that I've done in the music and my contribution. So today I'm a happy guy. And I'm not going to take up a lot of time because I know I'm on a schedule here, but I'd just like to acknowledge some really great friends that I have here. Have to start out with this. I have some lovely people came down from Canada, and actually I'm producing the latest daughter. I'm her mentor. So they're here from Canada, and to show you how beautiful people are in West Virginia, I've done a lot of traveling, and I have a good friend here. His name is, you don't have to come up, Charlie. Charlie Hawk. I met him, and we became friends instantly. Anytime I'm traveling, he would call me up, John, where are you? It didn't matter. He said, well, if you get tired, my key is under my doormat in the garage. You know where your room is, so just go up to it. Just don't wake me up. So Charlie, I thank you for your friendship, you and Terry, and my good buddy, we call him Spoons. We won't get into that. Danny and Karen, love you guys from the bottom of my heart. Roy Elsrick, the owner of Tasty Blend Foods, he's not here tonight, but he's also a great friend of mine. I want to say, I'm West Virginia to the bone. God bless all of you. Thank you. And I would ask all of you to do one thing for me. Just keep me in your prayers.
Well, Thursday night in Fayetteville, John blessed us all with his music. He's been blessed with great talent from the good Lord, and tonight he's going to bless us with that talent. With 3 original songs, one of which has been recorded so many times, we can't keep count of it. You betcha. We're going to hear it right now. He's a singer, a songwriter, a musician, an artist, and I'm telling you what, a great West Virginian. Would you welcome John Ellison?
This first song that we're going to do, I wrote this song about West Virginia. And I believe, as I've said before, when you believe something and you really believe in and trust in the man upstairs, it will come true. So at some point in time, this song will become the national anthem or the state anthem for West Virginia. If you feel like singing along with me when we come to the punchline, we don't mind. And the punchline is this. I'm in a West Virginia state, West Virginia state, West Virginia state of mind. I'm in a West Virginia state, West Virginia state, West Virginia state of mind. I've been a lot of places, seen a lot of faces on the many roads that I've traveled. But no matter where I roam, there's no place like home, even though some roads are made of gravel. I'm gonna pack up my old car, I'm gonna head for the state line, 'cause I miss my friends I left behind. I'm in a West Virginia state of mind. I'm in a West Virginia state of mind. I miss seeing the coal trucks hauling coal from the mine, and the old folks in their rocking chairs rocking away the time. And I miss seeing my daddy playing checkers with his friends. I miss hearing his laughter each time that he'd win. I miss the sweet, sweet bell of Mama's blackberry cobbler and the sound of birds singing in the summertime. I'm in a West Virginia state of mind. I'm in a West Virginia state of mind. Something very special about this place. You can see it in everybody's face. Every woman, every man, and every child, they greet you with a smile. That's that West Virginia style, make you wanna run a country mile. I'm in a West Virginia state of mind. I'm in a West Virginia state of mind. If you were born and raised in these West Virginia hills, you wouldn't know exactly how I feel. I'm in a West Virginia state, West Virginia state, West Virginia state of mind. I'm in a West Virginia state, West Virginia state, West Virginia state of mind. I'm in a West Virginia state, West Virginia state, West Virginia state of mind. I'm in a West Virginia state, West Virginia state, West Virginia state of mind. Thank you. I'm in a West Virginia state of mind. This next song that we're going to do, this song was actually written by my grandchildren and myself. I wish they could come up and sing this song, but but unfortunately, we're going to have to do it. But I want you to know that they definitely had a hand in creating the song. This song is called the Dinosaur Song. And I think you'll like it.
Once upon a time, a long time ago, there was an animal called a dinosaur. He ate meat, he ate fish, he ate from the ground, he didn't have no dish. It was a dinosaur. A dinosaur. It was a dinosaur. The dinosaur. Some were big, and some were small. Some were short, and some were tall. They ate fish, and they ate meat. They ate from the ground. They had stinky feet. There was a dinosaur. Dinosaur. Was a dinosaur. Dinosaur. There was a dinosaur. Dinosaur. If I had one, I'd make him my pet. I wouldn't give him a bath. I wouldn't want him to get wet. 'Cause they eat fish, and they like meat. They eat from the ground. They got stinky feet. There was a dinosaur. They were dinosaurs. Dinosaur. Dinosaur. Oh, was a dinosaur. 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 Thank you, the dinosaur.
I like to first, before we do this last song, I want to personally thank my great friend, Mark Farner. Let's give Mark a hand. When I was asked who would I like to present me with this award, I said, the only person I want to present me with this award tonight is my good buddy, Mark. And I called Mark. We call each other Bone Soup Brothers. That's right. So when I called him up, he said, Brother John, I would be honored to be here. So he took 3 flights to get here.
That's right.
Give it up for Mark.
Thank you, Brother John.
All right.
Love you, man.
Love you too, my brother. Now, Mark and I, we're going to do a duet on this song, Some Kind of Wonderful. Yeah. All right. Are you ready, Mark?
Let's go.
1, 2, 3, 4. I don't need whole lots of money. I don't need no big fine car. I got everything that a man could want. I got more she's all right. My baby, she's out of sight. Some kind of wonderful. Yes, she's some kind of wonderful. Talking about some kind of wonderful. Yeah. Now wait a minute. Now when she holds me in her arms, sets my soul on fire. Ooh, when my baby kisses me, my old heart becomes filled with desire. Wraps her loving arms around me, drives me out of my mind. When my baby's kissing me, the children up and down my spine. And my baby, she's all right. My baby, she's out of sight. Some kind of wonderful. Talking about my baby. Some kind of wonderful. Talking about my baby. She's some kind of wonderful. Yeah, 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 yeah. Play your guitar one time, Bob. All right. Now I want to ask everybody a question out here. If you feel like I do, I want you to raise your hand. Now is there anybody got a sweet woman like mine? Got to be somebody got a sweet woman like mine to hold it. Now you ask them yourself. Let me hear from you. What you got to say, Mark? Can I get you? Is there anybody? Is anybody got a woman like you? Is there anybody? That's what I'm talking about. Got a sweet little woman like mine. Yeah, go ahead. Hey, got to be somebody, yeah. Yeah. Got a sweet little woman like mine. Uh-huh. Come on. Now can I get a witness? Come on, y'all. Can I get a witness? 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 Somebody be a witness. A witness. Somebody, can I get a witness? I said I'm talking about my baby. Can I get a witness? Can I get a witness? Come on, y'all. I'm talking about my baby. Some kind of wonderful. 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 Sometimes I want to scream because it's some kind of wonderful. Some kind of wonderful. Some kind of wonderful. Sometimes I feel like I want to run. Some kind of wonderful. Yes, he is, y'all. Some kind of wonderful. Talking about my baby. Some kind of wonderful. Talking about my baby. Some kind of wonderful. Talking about my baby. Some kind of wonderful. Yeah, 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 yeah. Some kind of wonderful. Talking about my baby. Some kind of wonderful. Yeah. She's some kind of wonderful. Yeah. Yeah. I want to know, do you feel it? Then I want to know, do you feel what I'm talking about? Yeah. I don't believe it. Hear me. I said, can I get a witness? 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 Yeah. I said, talk
Some kind. Wonderful. Yeah.
Just like that.
We're going to end it up tonight with one last song. Before we get into it, I want to introduce somebody very special to say a word or two. You already met him earlier this evening. You know, the last 100 years, a lot of people have written hit songs, but very few people have written classic songs that have been recorded by people of every style, from country to rock, from pop to jazz. But Bill Withers is one of those folks. And recently, he invited Michael and I to come up and watch while he was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And it was a big night, and it was a long night, and at the end, two of the most famous, or probably two of the most famous rock and rollers finished the evening, Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr. Bill was better than them. Mr. Bill Withers.
So we're making a film for the West Virginia Music Hall of Fame called West Virginia My Home, and we went out to Los Angeles to interview Bill, and he said a lot of great things, but I think one of the most poignant things he said, and really points to what we want to do as an organization, is this quote, which I'm going to read to you. The challenge is to get young people who grow up in places like West Virginia to take the limits off of yourself and realize that there's no magic that someone else there has in the world that you don't. They're just people, and that's a lot.
We have to kind of shut Michael down because he'll start talking about cesareans and vasectomies and transmission repair. I just want to say tonight was a wonderful journey. It's living proof that if you surrender to your imagination, you can sit in a chair and go anywhere. Because we got the soul of West Virginia from the hills all the way down to Bob and them and the clubs, and it was just a wonderful night, and there was virtuosity all around. Just wonderful musicianship. Thank you for coming out. Now, when I played in San Quentin, I told them, I said, this is a sing-along song, so let's get loud enough so they put us all out. So I'm going to ask you guys that. Bob Johnson's going to rescue me, but I'm going to play a few notes just to show you that I used to do this.
Well, all right then. We want to thank you all for joining us tonight. I've never been introduced by a living legend before. Thank you so much, Mr. Withers, for bringing me on stage earlier. And I've never co-hosted with a living legend as well, Mr. Charlie McCoy. We thank you all for being here. We thank this incredible crew in this amazing building, and from PBS, Michael Lipton and his aide-de-camp, Mary Claire Finley, and our amazing stage manager, Adam Harris, without whom we would have bumped into each other all night long. We love you. We thank you. This is Charlie.
Thank you, folks. 6 amazing talents were inducted tonight. People who've made a definite impact on the musical world, and we're proud of all these West Virginia talent.
God bless West Virginia and the 6 inductees tonight. Thank you all for coming.
Sometimes in our lives, we all have pain, we all have sorrow, but if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean. John Ellison.
Please swallow your pride. If I have faith, you need to borrow. No one feels those of your needs that you don't show.
Mark and Jupiter.
Just call on me, brother. Come on. When you need a hand,
We all need somebody to lean on.
I just might have a problem that you'll understand.
We all need somebody to lean. Come on now. Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Charlie McCoy now. Come on, Doug. Brian Kennedy. Michael Lipton.